Alright, let's do our usual. Make sure the audio and everything is okay. Uh, might be a bit soft because I actually kept the music volume soft on my end. Let's bump that up so that I can actually hear myself. So welcome back to the stream, guys. We're still continuing Wuchang, in case you guys are wondering. No need to wonder. You're seeing it right in front of the screen. We're doing a second playthrough right now. Oh, what am I saying? We're doing our third playthrough right now, and I'm gonna be focusing on getting the good ending for the game. And this time, instead of doing a challenge run where we try to take down foes without getting hit, there are still some bosses where I kind of need to do that, which I accidentally killed, like Fungling and the Dragon Emperor. I'll probably try to get a no-hit on them, but for the most part, I'm also gonna stick with one-handed sword or a spell build this time. See how it fares. Not much to do at the moment, except just talk to the boatman, because we can't proceed until we talk to him. And here we have the source of Wuchang's feathering. Lu Honglu's gigantic claw marks. Gigantic. I'm just checking whether the audio is desynced a bit. But yeah, as you can see, not much we can do. I've already talked with all the NPCs in Analem, so we don't really have much to do over there. Not Analem, in Worship's Rise. And these are glowing, but I have actually checked them. As for why this is glowing, there's a feathery pearl in there which I can't take. I almost got my hopes up that it was the additional stuff you get for the deluxe edition. So I just realized they patched a speedrunning glitch that the game had like very early on. Before, you could sort of hop over here and go through the little crevice where the statue was to skip a huge chunk of the game. That's been patched out. Just noticing it. But yeah, let's go talk to the boatman, probably get myself killed by crew because I'm running a rather risky build too. Don't think you all can see all the buffs I have. Yeah, you all can see it. But let me momentarily turn off my avatar and even this filter so that people can see the actual precision of the HUD. There we go. But yeah, as you can see, I have a bunch of damage up buffs right below me because I'm running very much a build which focuses on doing more damage at the expense of my health. So since we are in NG++, I expect that getting hit even once will probably kill me, which I don't mind too much. It's going to be fun to try, but I don't expect to survive by crew over here. Right, let's hide that. Bring my tuber back. And talk to the boatman. Also, here's a little something that all you Wuchang players might have missed. It's very easy to gloss from a distance, right? But if you look over here, like really look, do you notice anything weird? Probably do, right? These are all Wuchang's heads in the pot. Right here. Right here. This is the same... oh, I have depth of field on. Let me switch that off so that it's a bit easier to see graphics options. Yeah, let's switch that off for a bit. But yeah, this is the same hairstyle that the current Wuchang has, the default hairstyle with the blue clip and everything, and not too good of an angle, right? And if you Yeah, you can see the clip here. And if you actually angle yourself so that you clip inside the jar, you can see that it's very much meant to be a head. You need a good angle for this though. Maybe you should try another pot. This one maybe? From this angle? Swear I've gotten like a really good angle that indicates that's more. Well, you can tell it's a head even now. It's a shame we don't have a telescope item or something. The joys of playing on joystick. Well, I mean, this is a good enough angle, right? You can tell it's the inside of a head mesh. You're seeing the textures from the other side, and it's very likely meant to be Wuchang's heads that the boatman's carrying out, just putting into pots for some reason, which is a bit of a theme in the game. Why pots? I'm not exactly sure, other than it's possibly being used for. In the case of this character, he's probably just burying her. In the case of other characters, they are using it as medicine to make immortal pills or something. Yeah, this character itself is a bit of a mystery to me as well. Who he is, the boatman. Pretty creepy dude, all things considered. Creepy, but I don't necessarily think he's evil either. Like, there are times when he's very much focusing on helping you escape the cycle that you're stuck in. And other times I'm wondering if he's sort of egging you on to continue. Anyway, we kind of need to talk to him. And maybe I should take a screenshot of this before we begin. Right. Just a screenshot of the pots with Wuchang's own hair clip visible. And maybe just clip very slightly into this jar. The things we do on console. Oh, I almost burned myself there. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, 女娃子又来了，看你满脸疑惑。同是轮回客，何必曾相识呢？不说其他，你左手的力量，如果能驾驭，就能所向披靡，甚至逆转因数。咋个咯？不信？哎，那我就给你找个对手。哎，莫怪我狠心。俗话说，不破梦魇，焉得好梦。
And we get teleported to our introduction over here.
白月，风车灵。
But old Twitch letting me know I can manage mine. On stream your mobile. It's kind of funny where if you go forward, you'll actually be given the tutorial, but the item that you need, the belt pinwheel, is behind you. So let me quickly switch to the Plume Grace. Lower my HP. There we go. So that we have all these effects available to us. The belt pinwheel. The belt pinwheel is something we get like at the very end of the game. You're just gonna ignore. There's already an invisible wall over here. And so there's no other way but to actually run towards the tutorial area. Yep, that's the corner right here. Wonder if we can skip these guys and just run to the boss. Or do we... Nope. Yeah, it's like an invisible container-like arena around this, and we kind of need to just deal with them. Oh my god, I'm not sure if we're doing that damage because it's just a very early game. Yeah, I'm fully expecting to be killed by crew because I almost always get hit sometimes. It's kind of fun how they've hidden a lot of lore, right? Like you don't realize that Baikru is wearing baby clothes until much later. It doesn't click. Might need to heal myself here. Oh, I'm on the Plume Grace too. I don't have a skill on the Plume Grace. My defenses are pretty high too. I guess it's because it's like really early game. Because I was completely expecting Baikru to kill me here with one hit. Yeah, that's the one move that I have to be careful of. Ow. Explosion got me. Wow, timing so off. You wouldn't believe that I've actually done this fight without getting hit. Oh, what? Oh, I'm at the edge of the arena. I didn't even realize. I'm doing a pretty decent amount of damage, all things considered.
哦哟哟哟，很凶啊！记好了，就是那种感觉。
Oh, it's interesting hearing the Chinese after playing in English for like 2 playthroughs. There we go. Our attack up is activated. I'm gonna switch you to the Jianglu? No, the Watcher's Gaze. Everything like really, really good damage, all things considered. And one strong imperial enemy over here. I'm gonna have to learn how to deal with these guys without using sword counter this time. Whoop. Never mind. He one-shot me. I could have just hit him with a projectile from a distance. I'm kind of caught between being cheap with the spell bill and actually just engaging enemies in battle. Things considered, we do like quite a bit of damage to these guys too. Oh, my demon! Oh yeah, I forgot I'd maxed out my magic, my inner madness too. You, however, are very tanky. Not a lot of defenses against magic though, on your end. Well, let me drag you over here and have you accidentally engage with this fellow. Although I feel like it's more likely that they'll both attack me instead. Yep. And now she's attacking. A very auspicious start to our game. Do I want to invoke and maximize my... Oh, my madness is still maxed out. Interesting. Oh, because I didn't die to the demon itself. I died instead to the soldier over there. That's probably why. She's gonna appear again, right? Yep. And on longsword this time. Wow. The amount of damage my inner demon does. Let's take care of these guys for now. You're kind of stuck though. No, you're like really stuck. The blink kick. It's always the blink kick. I dashed right into the blink kick. Oh, this is gonna be a very interesting build. Because I'm gonna die from one hit from any enemy. What are we gonna do? Absolutely. What? Okay. What shall I get here? A bunch of this stuff, though. Let's just stock up on Raven Pills, right? Never can have enough healing consumables for that one only items run, or level 1 run where I don't actually have my flask upgrades. I was hoping that the lower HP build would do like a crazy amount of damage, but that's not the case. Even with the benedictions and the spell slots, we're not doing like crazy amounts of damage. Well, not with the base attack spell anyway. The other spells are doing like, okay. Even the Echo of Wuchang is like pretty good, all things considered. I'll probably put the Flaming Feathers one over here. And maybe Lotus, because Lotus is oddly kind of good. The Echo of Wuchang, a spell which can be like incredibly useful under the right circumstances. Whoa, she actually appeared again? Why? Is it because my madness is maxed out again? Oh, I stopped to use my cast. She got me. Yeah. This is gonna be one of the most interesting runs I've done. If I keep being stubborn like this. Once again, I am asking you to max out my madness by buying healing items. And with little luck, she's gonna appear once again and kill me. Most of the other enemies aren't much of a threat at the moment. So I'm not wearing the jar, am I? Where are you? And let's alter your looks with a pirate hairpin. There we go. I'm a little too scared to even approach my own souls, even though I technically don't have any souls at all. Also, I'm realizing that this enemy has disappeared, which means it's very likely that my demon might have killed him off screen. There we go. You have a spear spell this time. A lot of this is just going to depend on how well I know my own moveset. Oh, I am doing quite a bit of damage though. 1000 from a single spell hit is quite good. If I wait a bit more, I might get enough for... The delays on the sphere makes it the trickiest. Oh, there we go. Not sure I'm gonna get full damage on this though. Oh yeah, see, it's the delays on the sphere that gets me. I'm really gonna have to learn the entire demon moveset, if I'm gonna deal with her with a one-handed sword and at low health. I don't think even having full health will help, because your demon skills off you. Even basic sword attacks are doing like pretty good damage, all things considered. Oh right, my madness is not maxed out. Do I even want to deal with my demon? I could just avoid it. by not invoking here. But where would the fun be in that, right? This is truly a get movement here. Yeah, not too much damage though, unfortunately. No, that sphere move is a lot more trickier to dodge than I realized. I might just need to deal with the demon at the start here, instead of running around and getting all the other enemies. Or just not invoke. Correct, I am going for the good ending, but I'm also trying a build where I'm going entirely spell, and I'm lowering my HP to critical levels. It's not working as I intended. We're not doing as much damage as I was hoping. I'm using this spell to add amulets, which give like more damage. I suppose the good part is that each time I die, I can invoke and get like 10 Raven pills, which is something we'll probably need in the future for when I'm doing only a level 1 run. And I'd keep telling you, it's your destiny to always see me dying because I'm doing something stupid almost always in this game. So let me see if we do more damage with the ice spell rather than this. The ice spell is a bit more dangerous to use because it roots me in the spot. Where did I die? Over there. Oh, you're using the longsword this time. Yeah, not too much damage. Whoa. My demon is completely locking me down in the starting area. So I sure hope there isn't a mechanic somewhere inside the system where the ending is affected by how many times you die. That would be terrible. Let's deal with the demon this time in full health. I'll at least be able to... where's my souls? Okay. Is it probably survive or not? Because the demon's strength is based entirely upon my own strength. And dual blades this time. Oh, I can't survive. It's just low health. But I'm doing considerably less damage. It's my build. You, however, do like a lot of damage. I think we attracted unwanted attention too. Yeah, I will need to learn the dodge timing for my demon entirely if I want to be at max madness at the start. And I'm only being stubborn by increasing my madness each time here. See, the problem with inner demons, right, is that unlike other enemies, like, who will stagger to your attacks, the inner demon does not stagger to your attack at all. If I go hit this guy, or this guy over here, they will temporarily stagger, allowing me to attack them. go on the offensive, but the inner demon, that's not the case. He doesn't stagger at all. Yeah, as you can see. It is an axe though. And her resistances are like really good too. Come on, not the... Jeez. Her resistances are good, but it's not lasting overly too long though. Oh, I can't see. Oh, she has another heal too? Okay. At this point, I think I got entirely lucky because she spawned with an axe. The axe is a lot more easier to deal with. Personally, I find the spear to be the most difficult one. Let's lower our HP just a smidgen. Get all those boosted attacks. So let me change these spells up a bit. Let us Frame is surprisingly good, so let's use that as our base spell. I guess these are okay. These are all okay.
这里，你的手怎么了？我是何有哉啊！你给我写信，说是要到佛缘镇找个东西，和白玉有关。你都不记得了？白玉是你的妹妹，我们也是为了她才来到这里的。只是你的手臂……看来那个老船夫没骗我。他说手臂长出羽毛，是得了羽化之症。得了此病，会逐渐失去记忆。若是病情加重，可能会变成吃人的妖物。所幸你还能言语，这个你先拿着。那个老船夫也算我们的旧识。我想想，我待会儿就去寻他，看有没有法子治你的病。我前些天去蜀王祠探了探风，除了门口有个风道之外，还算得上安全。你先去蜀王祠歇着，顺便找找别的线索。对面的禅院你看到了吧？旁边就是去蜀王祠的路，只是这桥不知为何塌了，估计只能从我身后的路绕过去了。只是你手臂的羽毛被外面的人瞧见，必被当作妖物，一定要万分小心。若遇见难缠的贼人，切勿硬闯。到时我会顺着踪迹来寻你。哎，对了，这个给你。 这是烛影灯，我前2天在附近捡到的，没想到镇上还能找到这个，看来以前确实挺热闹的。里面的萤火虫不知被什么浸染过，居然能长明不灭，这可是个好东西。我试过了，在漆黑的地方用，可以腾出手来使用兵器，会比火把方便许多。和你走散这些天，镇上来了不少锦衣卫，鬼鬼祟祟的去了唐王行宫。听逃难的人说，那行宫已经被大西军洗劫过一次，此间定有古怪。等我先寻到船夫，咱们就在唐王行宫碰头。到时，我会用风车留下沿途的记号，你顺着风车就能找到我。
It's kind of amazing how much more sense it makes now that we've completed the story a few times. Hey Yozai, the first time you play, and Hey Yozai mentions that Imperial Guards are running around in the Tang Palace. You have no idea exactly why that's important, but now we do have an idea why it's important. It's important because they're searching for the relic, right? They're searching for the relic there, and we don't know, we don't quite know about the relic just yet, but we are about to find out like very, very soon. Oh wow, okay. I didn't even need to pick up the item, it just gave it to me. And we're getting +2 versions of pendants, which is nice. So playing more is kind of beneficial. I wonder how it goes. Does it only the +2? You can get like +3 variations as well. I think I read that the enemies scale up to +7, so who knows? It does feel nice to come back to this area though, after playing for so long in a very derelict version of this area. What with the monsters and all. Although I suppose they were very much following that traditional Souls formula, right? Especially the Bloodborne formula. Where in the final chapter, everything just goes mad. And we have the Bowmagus. Oh, she does have green eyes. Yeah, I wanted to confirm this, because at the end of the successor of the bow ending, Wuchang's eyes turn green, so I do believe in that ending, we effectively become the Bowmagus, or rather the Bowmagus takes control of us, so you could think of it as the bad or evil ending. And not exactly sure why she doesn't know where she is. You can't even tell her eye color from a distance. You need to be like really, really close to realize it. So looking very psycho cute here, Mrs. Bowmagus.
左臂赋予，竟是羽化之兆。凡人若染羽化，皆丧失神智。你却心神未乱，真是令人惊讶。我能感应到你的左臂充盈着羽化之力。虽不知你为何能抑制这股力量，但你的左臂却是释放力量的关键。这力量想沿着你的左臂汇流至经脉之中，可惜你还无法驾驭它。喏，这是赏你的，就看你有没有本事用了。
Oh, I can't talk to her from behind. I was hoping to kind of see her facial expressions a lot closer. So, I'm gonna spoil everything for those of you who are completely new to the story of Wuchang. A lot of the stuff that happens in game is caused by her. There were once like two ancient tribes. There was once an ancient tribe of what I would consider like heavenly beings, right? That came through a gate, and these ancient people could control time and casuality. And as these celestial beings or heavenly beings, they help the people in the region with their problems. But over time, since these heavenly beings are on, I presume, an earthly plane, they end up sort of becoming corrupted. So their leader tells them that, hey, you guys need to let go of your powers in order to survive. And during then, two factions arise. One faction agrees to let go of their powers. Well, let's call them the good faction, right? The other faction is led by a character known as Bei Ling, and they were like, hey, no, we want our divine powers. We want to be able to control time. We want to be able to control casuality. And a huge war erupts, and during this war, Bei Ling is struck down by the leader of the other side, whose name is Duriel. And Duriel uses a 5-pointed relic, which is a relic made from all these chisels. And when he strikes Bei Ling down, the chisels are broken. The artifact is broken, and we get the 5 pieces from it. So, anyways, the Bow Magus is presumably one of those people who are a remnant of this ancient Bow people. The surviving crowd who later worshipped Duriel as like a primordial deity or as a god. And even though Duriel was like, let go of your powers, the Bow Magus sort of twists that philosophy. And it's like, you know what? Our true philosophy is actually to be divine. We are a higher ascended sort of being. And to that end, she corrupts everyone in the Shu Sanctum or the Shu area that we're playing at. And sort of seeks to gain that power so that she might ascend. Even though she's an optional boss, she's essentially the root cause of so many things. So many things. She's one root cause, mind you. We have another main villain here who is manipulating everything behind the scenes to sort of take advantage of the situation that the Bow Magus over here cause, to actually ascend himself. So yes, very cute character, very psycho character, and you can completely agree to her, which sort of gives you an ending where she takes control over you. Kind of weird, right? Because originally I thought that if you agree to her, like if you went down the evil route, she'll be like, join me, together we'll rule. But that was not the case. She sees your attempt at becoming advanced feathering, right? Advanced magical powers as sort of an affront. An affront? An affront to her deity. So in the end, she still fights you. Nope, wrong. I didn't mean to use that. Let's use sacrifice here to lower my HP once again. Again, the game giving you like a gorgeous view of all the surroundings and the locations that you're probably going to go to. I was thinking that they're probably going to give us a lot more of a view of where we're going to. That's not entirely the case, though. There is a Shoe Sanctum over there, I think. That's not Worship's Rise, right? Where did we come from anyway? We came from over there, so Worship's Rise should technically be over there. So that is indeed this Shoe Sanctum, I believe. And a bit further, that might be Shenwu Temple. It's so foggy, right? I think that's Annalum there over the distance. You can very faintly make out the gate for the Annalum area. Yeah, for a Souls-like game, it starts off as like a very, very beautiful, like almost mystical area. Like when I think of Chinese settings, this is almost always the setting that I think of. Like, a very mountainous, mist-filled area. Maybe I'm just a little too affected by, well, Wuchang and Wuchang both. Because even Wuchang had similar premises, right? A similar layout. Your first magic spell? Oh, I almost died there. Almost missed. No, I don't think I ever came back to this area after proceeding forward. Not even once. The overall story for this initial area is that it's actually been taken over by a group of bandits who are masquerading as monks. When you get their robes, they tell you that they are fake monks, and little notes and everything that you get kind of indicate that these guys were originally bandits who came to this area. Okay, not you. Wow, okay. You are surprisingly resistant to feathering. I'm guessing it's because you're corrupted. There's one more enemy over here. And that guy was meant to be your plunging attack tutorial. But I guess because we were using the one-handed sword, I didn't have enough reach. A very anticlimactic result to our first boss. Not that she's meant to be difficult, but exploding lotus is stupidly powerful sometimes. And I'm not even in my low health state where my damage is increased. The projectile spell actually gives you a bit of HP back. You probably use the other one, right? Because I don't quite want HP. I just want a one option shooty at the start. So let's lower our HP once again. Could go John Lu as well. So realizing I haven't actually picked up a weapon just yet. I mean, a tempering needle, not a weapon. This is the same mural that's on the wall at the start of the game, right when you exit the cave. The significance of this mural is kind of lost on me, though. It might just be a random religious depiction, because we are in a temple area after all, right? Oh, at least I'd like to think so, but then you look over this and it almost looks like the depiction over here has wings. Yeah, things to wonder about when you are a bit more knowledgeable about stuff like this. I, however, am not the most knowledgeable, so you'll have to ask someone else. Yep. Oh, I actually used the wrong one. But never mind, I'm already doing like okay amounts of damage even without that. It's a bit of a shame that the leech headgear does not proc the low health state. Because if it did, all we have to do is just wear it and have the blight activate and just do lots of damage for us. I could have sworn there was like another enemy around here. Over time, they've cut a lot of the enemies from the game to make it a lot easier. So my memory is kind of mixed up in a lot of things. And isn't this where, maybe not here, but around this general vicinity is where we'll find Hey Yozai's backpack. So I'll have to keep an eye out for it. If we want to do all the side quests and make sure we get the good ending, I'm gonna have to make sure to do everything on a timely basis. Making sure we don't miss anything, because I swear, oh yeah, there it is. It's very, there we go, lost package. You're gonna have to hand that over to Heyoza. I don't think you need it to get the good ending, but it does feel nice to actually give him back his package. Let's make sure we do all the steps for the good ending. And if I run down here, there will be a bamboozling. Or an enemy with gunfire. There's that too. Now I remember why I used the red variant of the spell. I was worried I was gonna die. Now we can get like little HP bursts from them. Oh, never mind. I completely forgot about the trap. I saw it, I heard it trigger, but I couldn't get away in time. I think that's the second time that trap has got me. Once again, we'll be using Plume Grace. Oh. Thankfully, this is not too far. It goes to show that despite the fact that I played through the entire game twice, still a lot of things that can kill me. The watch's gaze is doing like decent damage too. Let's use the other spell here, because I do feel like it does considerably more. It's not feathering, right? Yeah, well, if we can hit the guy with it. I am on the wrong sword for this, though. Now you're actually backing away. Yeah, as you can see, the text for that is indicating that these guys are fakes. Fake monk sandals. You triggered a little too quickly. Normally he won't jump out to you until you get like a little closer. Very, very different experience hearing them in Chinese. Always good to have more throwable items. I might do just a throwable consumable items run only, because that sounds like a pretty fun build to try. A friend of mine letting me know that they just beat the Bomagus. I'm explaining to him that the Bomagus shield, which you get from, well, the Bomagus, is kind of breaks the entire game. Yeah, the moment shield that I'm indicating right here, if it's on your first playthrough and you get this and you're having trouble with the bosses that come during endgame or even an area, just proc this. Even though it's a bit high on the cost, because it's an echo, it's technically only 3 points if you're maxed out on madness, and you can just switch this on and then completely just dominate whatever enemy you are. Just go ham on them and you'll be entirely fine. paying a lot more attention to the surroundings now. The views we get and everything. 'Cause you can see stuff like this if you're careful. You can see the courtyard over there. Not that you can see the enemies, which is a bit of a shame. It might be a PlayStation rendering thing, you know? It would have been nice if you could see the enemies. That would give you like a sort of insight as to what you're going to be facing against. Oh, right. You were the guy on top of the rock. I was wondering why there was just a sudden dead body over here. Yeah, even this, like, looks vaguely like wings, right? Vaguely. At this point, I might just be imagining it because, well, you know, we've been playing through the game so many times. One more around here somewhere. Oh, he actually hit me. Now, we also have the healing spell that I have never used. I guess I could technically use it to bring my health back up to a safer level. But I'm not too worried since this is like the initial area. Like the echo of Wuchang Lu or most anything will take care of the enemies in this general vicinity. Red Mercury shoot. Ooh, whoa, okay, calm down. You almost killed me. And you got into the trap. I really wish they'd allowed us to input in spells to the item slots. Now imagine being able to have like 8 spells on your quick slots. That would have been great. Like one could have been your support spells and the other could have been your offensive spells. I'm just still replying to that friend who beat Bomegas. I'm letting him know that he should probably track down Zhao Yun and the storyteller now that he's defeated the Bomegas. You can defeat Zhao Yun before fighting the Bomegas, I believe. It's just a lot easier to do it with the Bomega shield. Now let's wait for one more Skyboard Might. That I can use this one spell that I've almost never used and heal myself. See, this is even funnier, right? You get this spell from the Bomegas by actually agreeing with her views, her evil views of killing people. So the only healing spell in the game is it something you get from agreeing with the person who is possibly causing each and every problem in this world. I thought there was one more enemy around here. You'd come out of this building. Is he hiding? It's like a skeleton praying there for some reason. Dark Frost Edge, that will be the very first one-handed sword you get, and arguably one of the best ones. Because it has a really good evasion maneuver. I think it's even called evasive maneuver. Let's help Wuchang up. Wuchang sounds like... now he actually sounds like a bit of a thief.
老子叫吴刚，是头头爷爷手底下的一把手，专注一些大买卖。就是菜园里头这家签到的，天天惦记到老子的宝贝。等老子跟头头爷爷说一声，就换个安全的地方去。
You can give an item to him to move him, but we're not going to do that for now. What do I want to do? We could go face off to Tonga, but let's clear out the entire area. There's really no reason to explore as much if you've done it during your original playthrough, because you're just going to be picking up extra items, like extra healing items and whatnot. Oh, oops, wrong spell. The monkey pendant. Well, okay, I guess there is a reason to explore if you want to make sure that you're getting all the plus variations of the pendants. But I assume at some point the pluses will stop adding up, right? Like we're getting a +2 right now because we're on the second playthrough, but at some point... yeah. This conversation over here is talking about the Jarhead Kid NPC. This is also one of those things that you don't really understand in hindsight. Well, for the first time you come here, you might be thinking that the kid you find with the head in his jar might be the one who escaped, but that's actually not the case. The kid you find with the head in the jar is the one whose head is cut off, but for some reason, his head is placed inside that jar and he manages to resurrect himself, which is why he cannot speak. And now it's very, very obvious because the NPCs are talking about the kid not letting go of the dough figurine. And once you get the second dough figurine, you can actually give it to him and make the connection. Very in hindsight stuff right here, which makes a second playthrough quite worth it, or even a third one. Personally, I don't mind taking my time to go through the game though. Now let's use our favorite Lotus Flame Cell. I'll just send this flying and then go deal with the guy over there. Is there a bird around here too? Yeah, it is. I don't know if you're around, but if you are, I want you to listen to the cry of the bird. I guess you're not around. Because, okay, just listen to the cry of the bird, right? Does that remind you of anything? Oh, okay. Let me boost the music to max. I'm just waiting for you to make the connection, because once you make it, you almost always hear it. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Doesn't that sound like he's telling you to shut the frick up? Shut the frick up. I'm lowering the music now. Some other streamer actually pointed that out to me, and after that I can't unhear it. I can't unhear it, to be honest. Hearing some weird chanting. There should be one more monk around here. Blue Devadiva. I wonder if I can shoot him through... I can't lock onto him though. Can I lock onto you from here? Yeah, I could shoot him through the flame, through the door. And through the wall, not the door. Blue Dabadiba. Dabadi. Okay, that ought to be everything around here. And you can't really proceed without fighting the very quote-unquote first boss in the game. First actual boss in the game, because the Tank Palace Maid is more or less a tutorial. Now, as to why a Tank Palace Maid is in the middle of a cavern, no, I have no idea what's going on there. I'm just realizing that I never checked both sides of this little building. I'm also realizing I did not have the Echo of Ditanga on me, which is arguably a requirement when you're playing a one-handed sword build. You realize that the game is kind of generous even at the start, because up to this point you've been given like 2 flask upgrades already. Just gonna invoke to get my madness to maximum over here. Do I really not have anything else which increases damage when I'm at low health? Stab attack, stamina, maximum stamina. I have one that reduces the damage I take while below a certain HP threshold, which should be good for this build if I want to survive more. But I want to actually increase as much damage as possible. I guess we are relying on benedictions rather than anything else. A combination of ice and fire and 1 corruption spell. Ditanga is not an overly difficult enemy though, all things considered. I do like this boss though. He has like a really good theme. And it's so showy. Yeah, the whole concept for Ditanga is that, again, all of the monks here are fakes, so even Ditanga is like a fake monk. But he's so invested in his role that I think when he's corrupted, he sort of becomes this, like his mind becomes so adult that he thinks he's an actual monk. He's wearing the garb of a head monk too. And it's all play acting, right? So his moves and his vocals and everything is like so exaggerated, like he's acting out the role of a head monk. And we didn't get to see the transition because I killed him so quickly, but he has a very, very cool phase 2 transition. Well, he'll just burn this entire field. And Ditanga's story is also kind of creepy, and things that you don't quite realize that, again, until you played at least a few times, right? So over here we have the memorial tablet of my wife Feng Xiaoyan. It well, the first time you come here, you're like, this guy is just sort of mourning his wife, but that's not the case. Again, Ditanga is a bandit, so as a bandit, he forcefully took Fang Jiaoyan, wait, am I reading that right? Fang Jiaoyan as his wife, and then because he went mad, he actually ends up eating her. If you go over here, you have very much a carcass of what is presumably her body, and the indication is that later on when you are exploring a certain area, you get like notes from Jiaoyan, and you learn that Jiaoyan was actually a dancer, a troop dancer, and all the troop dancers wear this piece of equipment over here, this garb, the helmet and all. So Ditanga over here actually killed Jiaoyan, possibly ate her, and then is pretending to mourn her. Like one big drama. Oh wait, I think this is the hint itself, right? No food remains. It's time to lock the gates and keep the last of the meat from escaping. Her tears never cease. Is she afraid the peoples of worship's rise will come for her? Fear not, I keep the key close. Only over my dead body will anyone set foot in Light's temple. And again, more hints as to that the lady was part of the dance troupe, because this is the dance troupe garb right here. And if you will check in this, no food remains. And then you run over here and realize that, hey, there's no food, so they're actually eating people. They're very likely eating people. Not entirely sure why the camera keeps glitching out. It's almost like it's trying to censor that. I don't feel like it did that before. But you can actually see it, right? A bit of a gruesome story right there. So if you have any love for Ditanga, I kindly advise you to not like the character too much. He very much deserves to die. Now, I never checked this before, but I'm gonna check it now. There's supposed to be a shortcut here, but as you can see, the bridge is out. And I've always wondered if there's like a hidden... no, I guess not, because sometimes there's like hidden platforms you can walk on, but the game has been kind of generous in letting you know that, hey, this is here. Like, they almost always point out when a hidden platform is around.
哦，女侠好生疏，到跟前了我都没发现。看女侠这个打扮，不是我们镇上的哇。我叫年岁长，喊我年大侠就行。小爷吃百家饭长大的，这儿附近我熟得很。有啥子不懂的，尽管问小爷。哦，那边的屋头躲到一个脑壳戴罐子的娃娃，前2天还有禅院的和尚来找他。小爷早看他们不对劲，直接把他们撵起走了。哪有和尚到处抢东西来杀人的嘛？要不是看到乡亲们的面子上，一把火给他们烧了算去。哎，对了，
那个禅院后头的汇流滩，不晓得为啥子起了火，确实被烧了个精光。现在过不去了，女侠要去汇流滩，怕是要另外找条路。哎，对了，女侠咋个要来这儿呢？怕不是听到蜀王祠的传闻了？蜀王祠的祭祀医术凶得很，楼上还藏了好多稀奇的宝贝。小爷对那些倒是没得啥子兴趣的，就是想寻点药救我兄弟。他被镇上的吃人妖咬了一口，就一病不起了。哪晓得有官兵守到这儿，小爷话都没说，就给老子轰了出来，一个二个的，牛气得很。天到黑就守到这儿，不许任何人靠近。哎，女侠，我给你说了蜀王祠的传闻，你等会上去帮我搞点丹药，咋样？以女侠的身手，这点事应该得行噻。
Neon is one of those characters in the game where I feel like I've actually managed to learn his entire storyline across 2 playthroughs, right? In one playthrough, he actually got angry at me and became hostile at the very end. On the other, he did not get hostile. In fact, he survives, but his spirit is very much broken at the end of the game. And unfortunately, I feel like even though we kind of break his spirit, that might be the good route for Neon. It's not possible to save his brother, even though we are helping him, because at the end of the day, when we do get what he's asking for, he does die. But if we don't agree to help him, he turns hostile.
仗义，我跟我兄弟记女侠的恩。哎，对了，女侠，这个给你。要是打不过，就搞下这个。你只要吹响它，我就上来帮你。
So it's kind of funny. You don't really realize it on your first playthrough. Neon is like, hey, I didn't even hear you approach. But when you look at him, he sort of has the sword on the bandit's back and his foot on him as well. Almost like he's posing for your approach. Like almost like he knows you're approaching and he's sort of acting like he's the hero. And we sort of find out later on that's the case. He's not entirely as competent as he thinks, which kind of breaks him when he realizes it. And over here, we find that child that the monks were talking about. The monks were, when you hear them, they're like one of the kids escaped, and it's a perfectly reasonable assumption to think that it's the kid who escaped over here who's you're finding, right? But that's actually not the case. The kid you're finding is the one they cut the head off of. And somehow, because of the magical properties of whatever is in those jars, even without a head, he's still alive. And that's the reason why he can't talk. So if you talk to him, he makes like very weird noises. And you can hand over the dough figurine, which is more or less a gift from his father. This kid, I believe, is one of the children of the wife that was killed earlier, or the wife that was eaten earlier by the first boss, the first real boss in the game. Found the entire storyline for him as well. Like on the good route, he seems to have taken a boat and escaped from Shu. On the bad route, he just disappears in camp. And if you give that to him, he'll actually give you the emote, the same emote he's doing. I almost feel like that originally he was sort of meant to be someone who gives you emotes, because he's always doing like really unique actions. But later on, even though you help him with the side quest, you do not get any additional emotes, which is kind of odd. The more I play Wuchang, the more I feel like there is so much content they cut. They had lots of plans, but they had to rush it out of the door, and at the end of the day, this is what we got. But yeah, if you are not sure that people are eating other people, this alone should be giving you a clue that, hey, yeah, it's happening, whether you like it or not. Oh, what? That was a very delayed reaction. I almost thought it glitched out there because it didn't attack, but it just kicked in a lot later. No, sorry, excuse me. A friend of mine was like, is having net issues, and he was asking whether everyone's network connections are okay. If my stream is not kicking out, then it's very likely okay. Hearing people fighting up there. Oh yeah, that location is where normal people and feathered people are fighting each other, and you can very, very faintly hear. Yeah, but you can very, very faintly hear the music that the storyteller is displaying from this distance. Interesting. So even from here, the game is kind of leading you towards the storyteller. Just realizing I have like no projectiles equipped at the moment. Let's use the Lotus Flame. That ought to be... Oh, you guys are actually coming over here. Never mind. I mean, we can still use the Lotus Flower. I just want the lock-on to be on the other guy. It's a bit of overkill for these enemies, but hey. We are doing a one-handed sword spell build, and I am keeping my HP low on purpose just to get boost in attack. So might as well play it safe, right? But yeah, you're hearing the storyteller's music. So this statement that the storyteller makes, this is one of the most confusing statements you're gonna get like very early on. Wow, you popped up like real quick. I'm not gonna make it. Yeah. Oh wait, I did manage to get you. Never mind. I was assuming it was gonna escape. Anyways, the storyteller talks about cause and effect and how trying to seek transcendence is a fleeting dream. The overall theme of Wuchang is learning to let go, right? Learning that everything is impermanent. It's very much in line with Buddhist philosophy, and the whole game revolves around the fact that Wuchang is stuck in a loop where unless she lets go of her desire to bring back her sister, she'll keep repeating it over and over again. And I believe this is a reference to samsara, right, in Buddhist teachings, where you're stuck in a wheel of suffering until you realize that everything in life is impermanent and let it go. And that's the main mythology or the main theming behind the game. Very, very fascinating stuff when you take a look at it on that level. And it's easy to overlook this until you get to the end of the game, and the game literally tells you Ring of Samsara item. And it's only at that point I begin to make the connections. Kind of trying to remember if there's one of those jar enemies over here, or whether there was an ambush around here. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Ravenclaw. But yeah, the whole theme of the game is that Wuchang is stuck in an endless loop until she realizes that, hey, trying to bring back the dead or trying to ascend into a god is like folly. It's all one everlasting dream that's never going to come true because everything is impermanent, right? And what a character we have over here. You don't quite realize how important this character is until you get to the very end. Do I know the sound of one hand clapping? I feel like I've heard this joke before. The one hand clapping joke, right? But I'm gonna ask you anyway, what is the sound of one hand clapping? I'm waiting for the punchline from you before we talk to this NPC. Or are you referring to something else? Because I think there's an episode on The Simpsons where Lisa is like, what is this? That's the sound of one hand clapping. I'll wait for you to... Ah, yes. I feel like you did this joke to Jack sometime back, but you don't usually slap people with no reason, so... I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I definitely feel like I know the joke from somewhere. Anyways, let's talk to the storyteller.
哎呀，莫吃我，我只是个老头儿，身上没得几两肉的。哎呀，原来是个小娃儿，吓老子一跳。哟喂，小娃儿，你这是染病了？ 怕是活不成喽！
Who are you? What a question, right? And one of the nicest things, one of the things that I most like about the game is that Wuchang will ask this exact question at the very start of the game and at the very end of the game to this character, like two bookends. And he gives you two very different answers. Depending on how far you progressed in the game.
我嘛，我就是个跑江湖的老头儿，给别个摆点玄龙门阵，混口饭吃。我讲的都是别个的故事，至于我叫啥子名字，从哪儿来，哎呀，都是琐事，琐事。哎，小娃儿。 你有钱没得啊？临死前要不要听老头儿摆点玄龙门阵呢？走黄泉大道，奈何桥头。
Unfortunately, I do not have any money, my friend.
话说，当年那个佛缘阵，欲知后事如何？哎。 给点儿银钱打赏噻！哎，结果你没得钱说，背死娃儿。算了算了，今天遇到你也算个缘分。看你长得咪乖咪乖的，给你指条发财路，如何啊？看到那个胖圆的东西没得？莫看他长得像个憨憨。 身上可以卡的油水多得很呐、你赶快去看下，要是搞到点宝贝噻。好了好了，该说的我都说了，你搞到油水了，就赶紧离开这个是非之地，从何处来，回何处去嘛。
Wow. Okay. As a character, I think this guy is like very interesting. It's easy to overlook that his eyes are open even when he's sleeping. I didn't notice that the first time. It's easy to overlook that little growth in the front of his head to be like hair, but that's also a sign of feathering. And while we don't quite know at the start of the game why it's, and now that I think about it, if you look like really closely at his hand too, he has it bandaged on this side, but if you look at his other hand, there are feathers on this hand, indicating that, hey, he was once an avian too, that he was once a part of the Bow people, and indeed he was. He is the leader of the good faction in the game. He is the leader called Duriel, the one who gave up their powers and fought Bailink a long time ago. And he will reveal this to you at the very end of the game, the very final area of the game, more or less. Now, as for this panda, I have no idea what's going on here. I, honest to goodness, have no clue why we have a panda in the game, and why the panda possibly has spells which are related to Duriel, right? A spell used by worshippers of the God of Hugh. It has been long since the God of Hugh last answered his followers' prayers. Yet the devoted, who demonstrate true sincerity, can still perceive the protection and all that power that lingers on within this world. Now, why this panda is worshipping the God of Hugh, why he has the steam chain, I have not a single clue. There's a bit of an indication that Duriel himself, over there, can take many forms, almost sort of semi-hinting that he might be the panda who's kind of eating the bamboozlings for some reason. I don't know. The whole panda thing is one mystery that I have not been able to solve just yet. But that theory is sort of broken when both of the characters are here at the same time. If the panda and Duriel were not in the same room at the same time, I might have thought different. I might have thought that the panda was just Duriel over here. And if you talk to him, he's sleeping, right? And the funny thing is, and initially I thought it was kind of a glitch in the game. If when you get out of the cave, he'll mention that little lyric where he talks about cause and effect and everything, right? And the first time it happened, I was like, the trigger for what he's saying is firing again.
世间万物因果不空，求佛问道，诸法无我，因果是律，切勿逆改，何处归途？进入梦来啊！
It sounds a lot better in Chinese because it rhymes so well. And because I wasn't paying attention to the lyrics, I initially thought he was saying the same thing and the trigger was firing as a glitch. But he's actually saying two different things here. And once again, he's telling you about the nature of impermanence in the game. And if you go back, look at this, he's disappeared. He's nowhere to be seen. Further sort of cementing like how mystical Duriel is as a character. I'm also realizing that the Buddha statue over here also looks vaguely like it has wings. A lot of stuff over here too. I can't tell if that's just rubbish or broken rubble. Like, what's the reason that Duriel would be in this temple over here? Oh, okay. Yeah, he is a statue of him when he's He was the primordial deity. And if you, this is one of those, we don't really get a good look at this. I'll probably talk about this when we get to the Shoe Sanctum, because we have a better looking statue of this. But yeah, if you're not sure, this is just sort of your indication that, hey, that was Duriel. And if you look over here, you can sort of see Duriel's human form statue as well. Like, the game stealthily hinting that this character is Duriel right from the very beginning, with the two statues hidden right here. And even the shrine, the empty shrine over here, because that was the thing that Duriel used to make. One of the spells says that, right? I feel like it was one of the spells. Can I find it? Was it one of the spells? It might have been a key item too that you get from... Yeah, okay, it might have been a key item that you get from defeating the very final shrine, which we do not have at the moment. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I didn't notice the two Duriel statues here before. I'm only noticing it now. Like, I'm paying a lot more attention on my third run of all things. Although admittedly, I still have no idea what the many statues here are indicating. Yeah, Wuchang devs, if you're listening somewhere out there, please give us a telescope item, because I want to take a good look at everything over here. So is this a mine? There are pickaxes over here. Or I guess they're constructing this little edifice. That's probably why the pickaxe is there. But I do believe that's the end of this path. We'll have to go the other way. If you have enough HP and enough flame pills, it is possible for you to go through Doom Willow Beach too. I might just try that, right? I might just try it. Incarnation is this beast. Yeah, the scared villagers are not telling us anything though. Other than that, a lot of people are dying over here. And a very different change in scenery once you come out from that peaceful looking arena to this, with bodies strung up. Skyborn Magic +2. But yeah, with enough fire resistance and fire armor, it is possible to go through these flames and skip the entirety of the first section. We're not going to do that because I kind of want to get the +2 sounds. The +2 items. But for those of you who are wanting to speedrun or skip the initial area, you can kind of do it. I don't think we ever come back to this bridge later on either. I don't recall crossing this stone bridge, even in the final chapter. Because yeah, if you can get to the storyteller's cave in the final chapter, but there's like a massive outgrowth over here, which will block your progression. Bridge and to Doomwillow Beach. Doomwillow Beach might not be accessible at all. Huh, okay, something to check when I play the final chapter again. It might be possible to reach here from the other side of Doomwillow Beach by crossing over the flames, if the flames are still there. Because you can teleport to Doomwillow, I think. I think. Or not. Yeah, actually, I'm not entirely sure. Things to once again check on a separate playthrough. Gonna switch over the basic spell to square. What else was I using there? Alright, the Lotus spell. Our very overpowered ally.
你是来找祭司大人的，还是走马？祭司大人病了，哪个都救不到了。看到外头那些人没得，都是来治病的，现在全变成妖怪了。多亏了前头的官兵老爷，要不是他在那儿守到，我们早都没命了。他还给我们说，莫靠近蜀王祠。结果他为了保护我们，果然却遭中了。唉，世道乱成这个样子，也只有朝廷还记得我们了。只是官兵老爷染了病，已经神志不清了。你非要去蜀王祠的话，还是绕路嘛。这个药你拿到路上吃，是祭司大人给的，说是能缓解羽化病，不晓得有没得用。不过能活一天是一天嘛。唉，只是官兵老爷染。
Unfortunately for you, I'm actually gonna be going right through that, officer. And I'm hoping the Lotus Fling spell will help us, because I don't kind of want to deal with this guy, to be honest. What? Okay, never mind. He just came and he destroyed me entirely. I didn't even get the chance. I didn't even get the chance to use my Lotus Fling. Now I'll have to deal with my demon once again, because my demon will be waiting for me there. He's over here. What? That was a one-handed variation of my demon. I'm almost scared to max out my madness meter just because if the demon spawn, it's so difficult to deal with. Like the one-handed variation is even more tricky. I don't even know why. I guess because as the inner demon, she sort of completely nullifies the one thing about the one-handed sword that is its weakness. And that you have like no poise with the one-handed sword. If you get hit by any attack with the one-handed sword, you're being staggered. But the demon does not get staggered easily. She can actually use it like crazy often. Someone. And surprisingly, she'll also use the one range spell, which is how she got me.
那得清静了2天，你他妈你专门来搞怪了嗦！老子看你也不是啥子好人，丑话啦，给你说来去。村子头的东西都遭那群土匪抢完了的，没得请那一点土匪，小球都从哪儿来了？今年冒了出来又开始抢，真的是坏事做酒。哎呀，那都没得办法了。就算你没得啥子烂马儿心肠，你不要想我给你开门嗬。不要靠了，喊你不要靠了。
I'm not knocking though.
不要靠了，喊你不要。
Okay, that makes more sense. And the lady actually sounds a lot more angry in Chinese. Yep, he was definitely like, you shall not pass. But I can still activate the Lotus Fling from this distance. Oh, I guess it's giving me full red grown mercury because it's giving the armor set. He drops the Ming armor set and all. Oh yeah, the only reason he got me there, Ufaz, was because he got the first hit in. Magic builds are, well, they're very overpowered even in this game. Like in most Souls games, they are very, very overpowered. Pay your respects to the god of Shu. And this is indicating that, hey, this is the god of Shu statue. And now, well, we actually have like a really good view. And if you look very closely, you realize that the god of Shu statue looks suspiciously like the storyteller. Things you don't make a connection until, again, another playthrough. And if we run up here, we'll get to the Shoe Sanctum, which I'll probably do because I want to take a moment to go get some water. Steam Bunny, but I'm realizing that the god of shoe statues are like all over the place. Like, here's one. It has many different forms in the Shoe Sanctum. Yeah, they're like all over the place.
我说了，是你们没说了。提供，我不该在死地你们前提供的。洪流3千里，我少不了你。陆洪流3千里。
If you look over here, the statue is right here too. A little statue. And if you're not aware that there's like a secret path, they made it very obvious now.
今天又带了什么好东西？拿来给老夫长长眼吧。
Oh yeah, I can buy upgraded versions of these pendants from this character. Might as well do it.
"现在这世道，钱可不管用了。以后跟我做生意，得拿赤拱来换。虽说赤拱在镇上随处可见，但别的地方倒是奇货可居呀。要是有用不完的赤拱，记得多来照顾老夫的生意。"
Even Tao Ching sounds very different.
"你只要吹响它，我就上来帮你。"
Alright, so here's another thing that I didn't quite figure out. This mural here. Misty shoe peaks hide secret paths, while my heart echoes in the cuckoo's cry. It almost looks like this spell we have, the Call of the Wild. Misty shoe peaks hide secret paths, while my heart's call echoes in the cuckoo's cry. Yeah, this is not what I intended to do there, but this is one of those things that I'm not sure what is being indicated. It might be it's related to that spell which just is, and this is showing like Duriel sending his message to everyone. Assuming that is Duriel, because I have no idea who these figures are in this mural. You don't even get like a clear view of the whole thing, unfortunately. Or it might just be indicating that the gold birds that you're hearing all over the place are like sort of hinting where you need to go, which they are indeed doing. Yeah, you know what? Let me take a quick break, go get some water, and I'll be right back. Catch you guys in like a few minutes. Alright, and back. Now that we're properly hydrated, we can continue our little adventure once again.
你只要吹响它，我就上来帮你。
Thank you. Now we could go directly above. Because on the second floor, not the first floor, on the second floor is a boss.
保佑我儿乔林平平安安。
Divine gift, and we have a couple of NPCs that we can talk to. But yeah, now that I'm like really looking at it, this entire sanctum is filled with statues of Duriel, right? And this is his actual winged form when he was a primordial deity. Yeah, we have like really good views over here of him. Like when he was a primordial deity. Like there's even a different version of him. I have to wonder if this was his original version, or that's just how he looks. Now the Avian Hunter mask sort of is starting to make sense to me. Not the Avian Hunter ones, the God Guard mask. The strongest of the bow were chosen as guardians of the mages. So long as the mage's student has the voice of the god of Hugh, they cared not whether she was hare or heretic. And if you look at this, it's kind of reminding you of that same shape that Duriel's statue has, right? Except for the red corrupted crystal in the middle, I guess. So I wonder if Duriel originally kind of wore a similar garb, and then when he became a human, like you don't see that mask on his face anymore. And his staff became sort of his musical instrument. Yeah, it's sort of showing the phases he went through. Like, this is him when he was the deity at max strength, and then later on when he's the god of Hugh. But then he lets go of his godhood, becomes human, and then after time, he becomes the storyteller. Very interesting pieces of lore right there. And we have the guard chest. This is not a set that I used before, I think. Might as well try it. Guard Wamber says it's very Aztec in nature. And God Luck. And here we have Xiaoling's mother. This NPC kind of disappeared at the end, so I'm not entirely sure what happened with her route last time.
儿啊，是你吗？果然是我的灵儿，贝斯娃儿，这是娘给你保命的东西，给我做啥子啊？哎，染上血就不管用了。 娘再给你个别的，这是娘专门向祖先求来的东西，拿到这个去祖先像前拜一拜，能帮你安神定心、辟邪消灾。你之前给那群道士去罗家大院除妖，幸得神仙保佑，才能平安回来。唉。 这个卢红柳是个要吃人的业物啊！
娘实在是担心你。要是别官爷还在的话，这个药物哪儿还有活命的机会？不过呢，卢红柳变成这个鬼样子，都要怪他老爹。他老爹活到的时候啊，是个仵作，从小捡死肉喂他吃，活生生把他喂成这种怪物。听那个老道士说，他还经常吃一种肉，那肉怪得很，就半个拳头大，咋个吃都吃不完，叫啥子白玉丸子啊？听说吃了以后啥子病都能医好。娘要是吃了这个东西，身体好起来，也就不会拖累你了。儿啊，回来了就莫乱跑了。娘会求神仙保佑我们两娘母的。听那个叫啥子娘要儿啊。
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay a bit more attention to this NPC this time because I kinda need to figure out where her quest goes. And over here we have the white-robed elder, who's apparently sleeping peacefully. And again, the game sort of hinting at you that there's a shortcut over here with the item. And the bird also calling and indicating to you where it is.
何人让老夫清静？手臂张有羽毛，却能同老夫交谈，有趣。你似乎和那些妖物不同，只是今日尚能言语，明日又当如何？羽化妖物都会丧失自己为人时的记忆，不知你又还记得多少？果然如此，想必你还能听到一些特别的声音，不知从何而来，却又冥冥之中将你往一个方向引去。此乃心魔作祟，老夫已为他所困许久。你若不能战胜他，或将命不久矣。若你丧失理智，且要让老夫送你一程，也不枉今日一面之缘。若你丧失理智，且要让老夫送你一程。
The white-robed elder story is relatively simple when you think about it. He's a bit of an interesting cameo, right? In the Three Kingdoms, there's a general known as Xiao Yun, and that's this character. A very, very unexpected inclusion, and I kind of love it as a Dynasty Warriors fan and all. In the setting of Wuchang, he gets into a battle with one of the bow people, right? With the bow. And his entire army dies out, but he does not. He gets his hand on the cyan chisel. Yeah, the cyan feather chisel. And if you look at the description over here, the general once commanded his army in a brutal clash against the monsters. Though he emerged victorious, claiming this object, the fallen soldiers and the beasts of the forest transformed into haunting nightmares that plagued him ever since. Getting the cyan feather chisel sort of made the elder immortal. But with that immortality, he was always haunted by his failure during that battle, and his own inner demons torment him. When we meet him, he's sort of meditating or sleeping, somewhat restfully. But you kind of realize that over time, when you meet him, he's slowly slipping his sanity, and at the end, he sort of asks you to let go of his misery. And when he dies, he fully accepts it. Actually, he's like, "This is as it should be. Death should come to us all." You know, something to that effect. And here's the item you actually get from the shrine, indicating that the shrines are made by Duriel. These shrines were created by Duriel at key moments during the Avian Wars. After Duriel abandoned his post guarding the altar, the primordial deity's power mixed with red mercury, ultimately transforming into a monstrous entity. I've kept these two items because I don't know, I always felt like they were like very, very important, but they might just be items you use to get EXP. The avian tear and the contaminated crystal. They are consumables and not key items, so it's probably not the case, but hey, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm not gonna use them. And if I'm going for the good route, I should probably be able to pick up these two. I'm also realizing that this avian tear grants maximum madness and prevents madness loss for an extended duration. It's pretty much the same as using one of the incense sticks. And at this point, well, the game doesn't explain it. Red mercury seems to be an amalgamation of a lot of people's blood and soul. At least that's my guess. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to the boss in this temple a bit later. We're gonna explore more, probably unlock the shortcut up there before we head this route. Because we have this entire area here too, which now that I recall won't quite lead you anywhere because it's like very, very early on. Somehow the other guy actually managed to avoid the phantom flurry. Not entirely sure what happened there. Is this the way Wuchang Liu came? I think there was more of a path around here. Probably the one leading up. At some point it will lead us to a dead end though. Alright, this is where one of those enemies are. Do I have a Lotus Flame active? I do not have enough points for it. And I can't use... Oh, okay, I just got it. So let's just send a Lotus Flame over there. I'm telling you, magic really makes easy work of a lot of things. Okay? Oh. I'm a little too far. Yeah, if you go up the stairs, it will lead to another path, but the door will be blocked because we need to open it up from the other side. I believe this leads to the little area where you meet your first dancing group member. Yeah, because you can already see him fight over and over and again. And it sort of indicated that I talked about the wife before, right? Of the who was forcibly taken as the wife of Ditanga. This guy is presumably the husband, and these two are the parents of the Jar Kid. Like, this whole area is one little romp to help you establish the fact that there's a shortcut from that area to this one. To be honest, there's like really very little reason to go over here. So I don't believe there's like even an item or anything around here. Of great import. I mean, you're picking up random items, of course, just not anything of importance. Well, I guess there is that one enemy that gives you the feathering item, so there is that. Which is less important on New Game Plus 2, because we are already sort of maxed out on our weapon upgrades. Probably why the initial area is like so ridiculously easy. Like, really ridiculously easy. Not much to say at this point. Sorry. And let me get some water. just exploring the general location. And I'm surprised that there's a ladder here from the Shoe Sanctum too. If you weren't sure you could cross the bridge from over here, they were giving you another option just to make certain that, hey guys, you can go over to this side of the game. For all of Wuchang's faults, its exploration is one of the better things the game has. It very much reminds me of Dark Souls 1. Or it used to, until I realized a lot of this stuff was just happening on a chapter by chapter basis. If you go over here, you can finally open the door that was locked from this side. You can even hear like a little chime, letting you know that, hey, you accomplished something. Well, I'm not entirely sure where this is. Oh yeah, it's the other side of the bridge. Not the spell I intended to use, but okay. I can't tell if I got lucky there or if I could have just dodged that attack. The back jump flame spell one might be one of my favorites, just because you can angle yourself through walls and disable a lot of traps. So let's change this one to the feathering spell so that I can get in some HP. And where you get your first dual blade skill weapon. Should be a guy with a shield around here somewhere. There you are. One of the few instances where the enemies are actually cognizant of the fact that they are suffering from feathering and are a danger to everyone else. Okay, this is the way we came from. There's an item over here.
我就晓得靠。我看你也是从外头来的哇。我们镇上头人都跑得差不多了，你不要指望我会帮你哈。但是你身上要是有点值钱的，你可以去找那个奸商套亲，去换点保命的东西。说起来都臊皮，我原先是戏班子头的人，自从谢罪来了镇上，不晓得杀了好多人哦。我听我套亲的鬼话，要跟他投河殉国，不受谢罪屈辱。哪晓得滴拢了，他跑起来说河头水凉，不跳了。呸！那个贪生怕死的狗蛋！你要是见到他，替我狠狠坑他一笔，吐他把口水，解下气才是。
And here you get a little lore tidbit about Tao Ching.
你要是见到他，替我。
And you can tell Tao Ching that to get some items from him. Kind of interesting. Proving that he's sort of the slime ball you can kind of suspect him to be. But it is weird that they just put a random NPC in the middle of nowhere to explain it, and you don't even meet this person. Oh, you didn't die from that, huh? Okay. And here we can get the courtyard key for another side quest.
哪个在外头？不准进来！我当时拿起和尚追起来了，看你样子不像这儿的人。你拿到武器，应该就是戏后头那种行侠仗义的侠士啊。我娘还有弟弟被一个疯和尚抓起了，爹喊我在这儿等到他出去找，但现在都没回来。女侠，你可以帮我找下他们不？谢谢女侠。这把钥匙你拿到吗？从佛院镇的台阶上去有个四合院，那儿之前是戏班子住的地方，爹和娘都是戏班头的人。你去那儿看一下，说不定能找到点啥子。女侠，有啥子消息？
I almost feel like this character might be related to the Jar Kid, but I'm not entirely sure. Taking a look at a spell that we can use to mix it up a bit. Not entirely sure what to use though. So looking for that one thunder spell that just... Oh yeah, I think this is that one.
又是来要饭的，我也没得。听我一句劝哈，外头那些尸体有毒，绝对吃不得。那两天一直听到附近有啃东西的声音，镇上都遭抢空了，哪还有吃的？莫是吃的是？算了算了，我听那个吓人得很。你要是想找吃的，都去浦原市嘛，那儿有个老道士，说不定要收留你。听我一句劝哈，外头那些尸体有毒，绝对不要吃。
And once again confirming that the rebels or the bandits around here are indeed eating people. For how peaceful this entire area looks. Some very creepy stuff happening. Let's unlock the shortcut over here first. Let me just run over quick to the NPCs in Reverend Temple, see if they have anything different to say. I also realized that I didn't talk to the kid at the side. This time, and you're following me. Now, they're still here. They haven't moved. And they I don't think are saying anything different. Yeah, I don't think they acknowledge the fact that you've gotten to Shu Sanctum until you defeat the boss at Shu Sanctum. And I can't talk to this character over here, even though we gave the Peachwood Amulet. The Taoist has actually disappeared though. Sort of wonder if he's moved somewhere. The next time you meet the Taoist, he's sort of in a little stable area. It's either the stable area or the tank palace, one or the other. And I'm also gonna just do a little quick run back to the cave we started at, see if there's anything different over there too. I was hoping the spell would take care of both of them, but that was not the case. It doesn't seem like much has changed over here. Kind of realizing that the burning cave has like a slightly different ambient sound effect. Almost semi-creepy. Yeah, and I think getting to Reverend Temple changes that tone. The temple itself is so dark, you don't have any idea of what's on the wall murals. I don't often use the lamp in this game, but I'm kind of checking each and every mural now, just to see what's happening. Like, are these just generic drawings, or are they like drawings made by the devs to indicate something lore-wise? Almost like a battle is going on here, right? Although these guys on the side don't seem too concerned about what's happening. Tianhu almost saying nothing. I don't know if there's a way we can prevent Tianhu from turning hostile to us. Insofar as I know, there isn't really anything we can do. He's hostile to us regardless.
姑娘有武力傍身，不如去蜀王祠看看，说不定能找到抑制羽化的药物。对了，如果你打探到蜀王祠的消息，还请回来告知我一声，我自不会亏待了姑娘。
A little door over here too that's closed. Almost makes me wonder once again whether there was like another path in the game leading to Reverend Temple. Anyway, let's go back to where we were intended to go. I'll probably spend the rest of the stream exploring the remaining Shu Sanctum area. And I'll attempt Liu Bingzhang. Maybe, if we have enough time, I'll attempt Liu Bingzhang tonight as well. But if we do not have enough time, I'll do it tomorrow morning. Because I'm sort of going over the limit of my usual streaming time. 3 hours is my max limit for most of the days. And you can kind of tell that I'm getting tired because my voice is going lower. Give yourself the counterattack sigil, a very important one you're going to want to pick up if you use longsword or even dual blades. Increases the potency of your counters. Skyborn Discipline. It's a bit of a shame we don't have like lower items for many of the enemies. Although I think a lot of people can guess what's happening with this character over here. Like their minds have been addled, kind of indicating that I might have been kids at one point. It's messed up when you now think about it. And the music once again changing because we're in a different area now. Yeah, as you can see, I am changing spells a lot. And that can tell you just how effective using different spells in different situations are. He might be a little too far for me to hit. There should be one enemy in the corner up there ready to ambush me too. Someone else is shooting at me too. From the roof? Oh yeah, there he is. No, the angle's not good. For some reason, I felt like picking this up was an ambush too. Not seem to be the case though. Well, that's one of the armor sets, giving us the entire red mercury. And if you go over here, you can probably do the quest for that one NPC who gave you the courtyard key. Dearest father, long have I been with the Shu Theater troupe. But now plague ravages our land and brigands circle the temple like vultures. I fear my fate hangs by a thread. I implore you, upon reading this, hasten to worship rise. Bring my brothers and flee this doomed land. Your devoted daughter, Wen. And you get the damaged letter key item which you can give to that one NPC so that they will flee. My sons love dough figurines. Should you find one of Yang Jiangbao or Mikh'a, please bring them and I will be forever grateful. Should I escape my current plight, I will bow before you to express my gratitude. Okay, so I think I might have pegged the entire story wrong. It's not the wife of the father of the wife who's eaten by Ditanga. It's actually the daughter of who's eaten by Ditanga. So the daughter and the daughter is part of the theater troupe. The brigands enter the temple, sack the place, and then she's forced to become Ditanga's wife, at which point food runs out and Ditanga ends up eating her. Her father brings the two brothers along and leaves them in the safety of the village, but one of them gets their head cut off, which is the jar kid, and the other is the one in the courtyard. I do believe this is the second brother here that we're given this to. A child in the bamboo courtyard still awaits a response. So when we give this letter to the kid in the bamboo courtyard, he escapes. Or I presume he does, because we don't ever hear from him again. It's a bit of a shame that we couldn't reunite the two brothers though, because we know that the other child is also related. And I kind of have to wonder if I can give this letter to the jar kid. Before I hand it over to the other child in the bamboo courtyard, right? And it might be worth testing out during another new game plus cycle, because I feel like because I've already gave the jar kid the dough figurine, he'll have moved on to someplace. For some reason, my eyes are glazing over the red version of the projectile spell. Okay, there we go. Let's get in some HP for us. Lantern fruit. One of those items I almost never use again. Oh, that might have been too much. I am lost my power up from low HP. There we go. I always forget to pick this item up. And usually I'll see it from a distance, but this time I kind of saw it very near. Be one more guy around here and try to ambush us. I feel like there was. Oh, wrong spell. Very slow moving projectiles here. Oh, come on. They got blocked by the beam. That greedy monk with the long hair has been frequenting Feng's place. As he set his sights on her, his crescent spade shined with ill intent. Fang, snatched by the monk's greedy hand, Louis' estate has turned into a den of horrors. Forgive me, brothers, I cannot meet my end in this forsaken place. But yeah, more lore on what happened to Feng. Yeah, I really need to take a look at the memorial tablet again, because I am misremembering the name that Ditanga was mentioning. Are these like separate people all kidnapped by Ditanga? Or are they just referring to one person? Because they all seem to be indicating that Ditanga, the monk with the long hair, were after them. So how do I escape here? Must be a way out, right? Alright, you gotta fall off the balcony. Let me equip my healing spell too. A little too much. Yeah, this is the father of the two kids. And another NPC we can talk to over here.
你不怕死的说，还在外头乱晃。对门子那个老太婆也是，听到黑就在外头闹麻呀，要找那里罗汉味儿。哼，要老子说，他那个娃儿早就遭妖怪吃得骨头渣渣都没得了。那个老妖婆平时就怪迷说事的，搞些啥子给人算命的鬼板眼儿，装起跟别个看病，喝不到老子，那就是到处乱靠。你快点走嘛，莫得我门口晃过来晃过去的，你不。你快点走嘛！
Oh, I keep accidentally pressing that button.
别打了，别打了！
I wonder if I can hit this guy from a spell from over here. I think he usually avoids whatever spell you shoot at him at first. Oh, I can hit him. Interesting. Yeah, and that's kind of the hint that the person you defeated is actually the father of the kids, because he has a dough figurine. Yeah, which makes me really wonder if I should have come here first, get the dough figurine, and then give it to the jar kid. Would that have made a difference? A plunging force. See, the thing is, I'm not entirely sure whether we can go and talk to the kid now. I feel like he sort of disappears after you interact with him at least once. But yes, it is worth a try. Oh, I can break these jars. Kinda odd. I got corrupted from something there. What was corrupting me? Oh, the dead body. I see. Okay. That almost sounded like an explosion. Could be an enemy around here too. I see your messages, Mikh'a. I'm not sure why you're telling me that so many times. Is it not appearing on YouTube chat? Yes, I will test it, but I'll have to run back to the starting area a bit, because he's near where Neon Saichang is. So before I fight the boss in the Shoe Sanctum, I'll go and check if I can find the kid. Alright, Mikh'a, I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll keep going until I finish exploring this entire area. Because this starting area is like very, very big. Gotta wait for my magic to fill up. I think we can shoot both of them down from here. Right? And then there's that one enemy over there. Let's just use a Plume Grace. And shoot out a Lotus Flower. Because these things are dangerous. I do love the Lotus Flower spell. And we got the Plume Branch that we spent kind of back. Probably, right? Chat can be weird sometimes. I've had that happen to me too on a couple of streams while I'm trying to reply to someone. Well, no. I'm misremembering. I had that happen to me on Reddit a couple of times while I was replying. There's another guy behind the door too. Or yeah, there are two of them. You know what? I'm just gonna get the polygonal container spell here. Because there is two, and dealing with both of you is a lot easier. Well, now you two are like way too far away. Gotta admit, having different magic makes the game like really weird. Could be one more enemy around here. That one guy who will mock you when you miss his strike. Yeah, you. Yeah, the red-eyed monk. He's actually kind of dangerous. This calls for none other than Lotus. Although the angle is kind of weird. Nope. The AoE got him. It did hit the pillar like I was expecting. It's just that the explosion itself was enough to kill him. And here we have arguably one of the best axes in the game. The Empyrean Axe. I'm hearing someone like drag a spear around. It was kind of dangerous too. Let me just heal myself up and use the Plume Grace to lower my... I even have the Plume Grace equipped. HP again once more. Did I go into this house? It doesn't seem like you can. But I'm hearing someone drag something there. I do believe this is that house we are on. Or was it this one? It's a little bridge over here that we can cross over to. Don't think we can, however, enter the house. Oh, we can. Okay. Were we meant to go here? It doesn't seem like it. There's nothing here, actually. Somehow they've kept enough gaps so that a player who's curious enough can actually fall through and not get stuck. A good deal for hindsight. Taking a good look at the stage above here. Don't think there's anything here too. I've never tried to get up here though. Yeah, this is a stage now that I think about it. With the large curtains and all. Probably the square is where people will be gathering to watch the play. And the performers will be on the stage up above. Don't think we can get in, yeah, because both sides are actually blocked. Alright, and with this, I do believe we can open up a second shortcut to Shu. To the Shu Sanctum. But not if I go up there. If I go up there, I'm gonna have to fight Wuchang Liu, which we kind of want to avoid for the moment. She is an optional boss, so you don't need to kill her. But we are gonna do that because it's gonna involve getting one of the key items for an NPC. And the game very generously providing you with anti-corruption items before you fight Wuchang Liu. And a shortcut back to the Shu Sanctum. And if you go up here, you'll end up in that little area with the statues. I remember you. Oh dear, I remembered the other enemy, but I didn't remember this one. But you know what? I think that's a good place to call it. I'll probably explore the rest of the Shu Sanctum tomorrow. And then go after... Actually, no. Let me very quickly teleport over to the Reverend Temple. Was it the Reverend Temple where I met Neon? Yeah, I feel like it was the Reverend Temple where I met Neon. And you can talk to the Taoist too at this point, which is kind of odd since we haven't defeated any boss other than Dutanga, I guess. I think the Taoist is out here and he'll be like, why are you out here? You should be recuperating. Yeah, I do feel like I got this dialogue before.
你怎么擅自出去了？我不是说过？羽化的症状并未蔓延，行动似乎也未受到影响，看不出来病症加深的痕迹。侠士这体质，甚是奇
既然如此，我便不强留了。若是要去寻别的治病之法，不妨去蜀王祠看看，那里的祭祀或许有些偏方。若是要去寻别的治病之法，
Yeah, he's sort of telling you to head to the True Sanctum. There's a weird shadow on his face. Is that a plant shadow? I'm trying to find like any connection between him and the boatman. But insofar as I can tell, he doesn't really have any distinctive items other than the gourd over here and his satchel. He does have that Taoist thing, which I believe is broken, and you can find it later. Yeah, that's all we can really do. And I completely forgot to talk to the kid on the side. His quest ends up pretty badly. I think the Taoist is experimenting on him to
姐姐，你就是道长爷爷救到山洞里的女侠娃，你也是来普元寺治病的没？道长爷爷人多好嘞，还做了好多治病的药，救了好多生病的人。姐姐放心，你肯定能好起来的。姐姐放心，你肯定。
Yeah, there is some theories that this kid might be related to Baikru. I'm not entirely sure. It might be because he's playing with a white pinwheel, and he does have similar clothes to Baikru. So I've seen some theories floating around that people say that this is actually Wuchang's vision of like Wuchang's imagine a delusion, I guess, a delusion of her younger sibling given form. But it is kind of weird that you get longevity necklace from him too. When you come back later, you discover that he's been treated, like he's indicating that he's being treated by the Taoists, right? And when you come back later, you find out that he's sort of regressing slowly and slowly, and at the end of the day, in the final, like second to final chapter, you find his remnant sealed inside a jar, which is exactly what happens to Wuchang when the Taoist experiments on her. Now, the other thing that I want to do before I call it a night is run over to where Nian Saichang is. Oh, where Nian Saichang originally was. Saichang. Nian Saichang. Which I might be in the wrong area for this though. I think it's that teleport from the Lightson Temple, not the Reverend Temple. Yeah, I do believe it's this one. Because if you run down over here, you're gonna end up across that little... You'll find that little log that allows you to cross over the narrow path. And this is where Neon was. So I'm just gonna run over to where the jar kid was. Yeah, unfortunately he's not here, as you can see. So we'll run back to... I'm not even sure why we're using... I guess I could always use the feather drill to just teleport back. We don't really have that much red mercury that it makes much of a difference. There's that weird statue thing again. I'm gonna run to the Shoe Sanctum. I'm gonna talk to Wuchang, hand over the golden bowl, which will allow us to trade with him. And then I'll probably try and track down Tao Qing's painting before we call it a night.
Oh yeah, 又见面了。
Wait, can I not give the
好爷
bowl?
们儿来了撒，快来看看好货。好爷们儿，再来哟。
Oh, interesting. I might have missed the opportunity to give him the bowl. 'Cause I think I still have that in my key items.
Oh yeah, 好爷们儿来了撒，快来看看好货。
I sure hope I didn't miss out on some items because I didn't give it to him. For some reason, Wuchang sounds a lot more friendly with Chinese. Interestingly enough, you can't actually sell either of these two. I really wonder if there's like a use for them somewhere.
好爷们儿，再来哟！哦哟，好爷们儿来了撒，快来看看好货。
Buy all the +3 versions, +2 versions, I mean. I'll talk to Tao Qing after I find his painting. Which should technically be possible since I've gotten a few items. What do I want to max out on? I'm low on feathering, so let's see if I can find some feathering nodes which we haven't maxed out yet. Maybe in the original node tree over here? And I also want to get rid of Lightning Needle and put in the Poise Break Needle. Maybe not Poise Break. Let's use the Magic Needle. I haven't used that at all. Feathering Leech Magic. Feathering's maxed over here. Maybe here? Yeah, we have a few nodes over here. Let's run on to the second floor and head to Annulum. This is one of those areas. The Annulum that I'm referring to is one of those areas that a lot of players miss. Including myself, to be honest, on my first playthrough. mainly because I wasn't paying too much attention to what Yao Jing was saying. So I didn't even realize that he was looking for a painting. Like, he mentions it at the very start. And I completely forgot about it, to be honest. But yeah, if you run from this shrine, head down Ocean's Rise. At the very end of this path, over here, yeah, is the way to Analem. And you can forcibly access this at the second to last chapter, but it's very easy to miss during your first playthrough. And this is what I mean by there is a lot you can find if you're exploring enough. Soft brush. NLM itself doesn't seem to have differing statues, though. It's just monk statues, or Buddha statues, I guess. Let me equip the... Oh, I still have Plume Grace. I keep forgetting to change this out. Lower our HP so that we get the magical benefits. And switch to the Watcher's Gaze. I'm trying to remember what the alternate path from the Analem is. Because after chapter 5... Oh, wait, the bridge is still there. It's just the bridge has been replaced by a sea lily bridge, a red sea lily bridge. So you are crossing over. The change in scenery in the second to last chapter can really throw you off. And it is dark too, so yeah. Gotta make sure we hit all the shrines this time, because there is a trophy for activating all the shrines as well. And over there you find the weird scene of that one enemy just twerking. Kind of might have gotten lucky there yet. Because that guy could have actually hit the pots and exploded everyone. I was thinking he kind of looks like a human, just without a head for some reason. It's like the head got cut off at some point. Let me also put in some Crimson Lantern fruits and, well, maybe not the Crimson version, just the normal version. You can only carry 5 per use though. Well, we have quite a lot, so might as well just eat some, I guess. Get ourselves a stamina reduction. I wonder how long this lasts. Not too long by the looks of it. Maybe 30 seconds? Feels that way. You're going way too high. I think there's an inner demon down here too. Means I need to heal up just in case. Yep, there we go. Surprisingly, since this demon is scripted, she's not doing too much damage. Gives us the P2 pendant and the agility node. Full grown red mercury. But yeah, this is one of those locations where I'm like, there definitely has to be some cut content that allowed us to go back to the Annulum, to that area over there. I kind of wish, again, I'm on a bit of a mixed mind here, right? On the one hand, I sort of am glad I got the PlayStation version because it runs a lot more stably than the PC version, at least at the start, right? I think they released patches which made the PC version a lot better over time. At the same time, I'm kind of sad that I don't have the tools to look under the hood of the game for any secrets. Like, there's so much in this game that makes me wonder. It makes me wonder a lot just how much we missed. It's like this is a trap. Where's the other guy? There is no other guy. Okay. Somebody's shooting at me. It's you. The thieves just stealing out the entire place. And I'm making sure to destroy each and every one of those bottles because I am deathly afraid that one of them's gonna explode. Okay, yeah, this is the way we came. And we need to get to the other side of the annulum. Though we find one of these guys who are like very, very afraid that something's happening. For good reason too. Oops, wrong one. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. I was just trying to lower my HP to get my buffs. Because we have to deal with that enemy over there. And that gives us a scenic painting, which we can take back to Tao Chin. And a faint red feather. Something I didn't notice before. Incidentally, during the final chapter, there is a way to reach this little ledge, just not from the annulum itself. During the final chapter, this bridge is broken, so you can't cross it, but if you look like way... we can't quite see it, I guess, from here. But this wall will be broken, and there'll be like a hidden platform, an invisible platform that will lead over here from the highest peak on the other side, where the statue that you used to reduce your madness is at. Anyway, yeah, that's it for this. I'll give this scenic painting to Tao Ching, and then we'll call it. Like, I feel like I'm doing my usual one more task before I call it. Yeah, this is how Fantasy Life gets me. When I'm playing a game like Fantasy Life, I always find that I have one more thing I can do, and it'll keep me hooked till it's like 3 a.m. in the morning, which it kinda might be getting to. It's like 1:30 a.m. already. Mouse, if I can find you and read the time. Well, not 1:30. Luckily, it's only 1 a.m. But I do believe this is a good time to just call it. So I'm gonna head over to the shrine. Way over here. Pick up this Kong wine that we missed. I've never used that either. Let me use this one. So why do I have this? A bronze bottle adorned with intricate carvings of eyeballs. This is something the Taoist gives us, right? From the Mad Doctor's research notes, injecting this red mercury into the bloodstream enhances physical abilities, but the Taoist reserves its use for dire situations at the cost of some health. Yeah, we made a lot of progress in chapter 1 for tonight, and I've ended up streaming for 4 hours, but it is a bit of a unusual situation for me. I usually like to limit mine to like 3.
今天又带了什么好东西？拿来给老夫长长眼吧。 老夫与佛缘镇的女戏子确实有过一些渊源，不过此事万万不可听他一面之词。姑娘，这是我珍藏的好物，还望姑娘对此事守口如瓶啊！往后但凡是姑娘拿来的东西，老夫绝不亏待了你。要是今天又带了什么好东西，拿来给老夫长。
Oh, I can't give him. Oh, right. I guess I can't give him the scenic painting, right? Because we've already given it to him. And a stealth hint that there might be characters from the Three Kingdoms with the Guoju as works here, right here. Hand over to Taoxing to gain access to new products, but we've given it to him in a previous cycle, so we kind of don't need to give it. I didn't even need to do the quest, I guess.
今天又带了什么好东西？拿来给老夫长长眼吧。今天又带了什么好东西？拿来给老夫长长眼吧。
红六。
But you know what? That's gonna be it for me for tonight. If anyone's watching, take care. Then we made a lot of progress tonight. In chapter 1, I mean, we have 2 bosses we need to deal with, mainly Lu Hongliu and Liu Bingchang, which will progress the events of the story here. And I need to remind myself when I next start playing to go hand over the items to that kid at the courtyard, so that he gets a good ending. But anyways, like I said, that's gonna be it for me today. If anyone's watching, once again, take care and good night. I am gonna call it and get a good night's sleep.